All right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Monday. Hope your week's going off well. And you're not in the stupid heats. What do you call them? Not heat span. Whatever. The hot weather we've had for a while here. It's finally broke today. It's supposed to rain here soon. We'll see what happens. But either way, how's it going? Sugar free streaming. Welcome, welcome. How are you? So we are a week away from experimental 3. Um, I honestly don't remember what we've done because these past 3 months have been, we'll just say, chaotic. Um, so right now we spend a bunch of time working on retro purple and everything. We're gonna pick that back up after the release. But we need to get this release out, and then we're gonna get back to that. There's only a few things we have to do for that too. Which won't be bad. It'll be a nice, easy fix and stuff to get it done. But like, we're not going to try to do Pidgin 3 and Pidgin 2 releases next week because that's just too much. So we're going to focus on shoring up experimental 3 here a bit. Trying to get in what we can. There's a lot of stuff that's kind of gross and stuff, and it's just, what can we do? And yeah, so that is what it is. But then after we get that release out, we'll quick finish up the retro purple stuff, and we'll go from there. So these are the tickets we left open that we thought we might still be able to get in here. We're gonna try to get to this. I'm gonna try to give us a little time so I don't have to do hacks around it and make it work. But I have 2 seagull pull requests. Actually, what we should do is we should try to get the seagull release prepped so we can just do all of that right away. Let's do that. I started getting to hassle, just some other cleanup stuff, so we can try to get Scram finished. We're not going to get Scram finished by next week, but I want to get Scram finished because it's been sitting there for a while and we just need to finish it. But what we should do is get Seagull's release prepped. So you'll see we got a release, or pull request on top of pull request. We're just going to put another one on top of here for the release. But one of the new things we did, which I didn't think of an issue for right away, is for Seagull to create a statement from pulling the sequel out of a resource file. So with the conversation stuff, serialization stuff, those statements are going to be pretty crazy, and to have them in the C code is going to make it worse. So we're just going to be able to write the sequel in a resource file and then pull it out. And then, we'll be fine. Totally fine. Not a problem. Totally fine. So that's the idea. But we're gonna HG up to statement resource. We're gonna Ninjago go to the change log. I don't think it's gonna happen today, but we'll put it in as today. Whatever. It's technically the 24th in UTC land. So we added aliases for columns. There's no ticket on this. RR. Thank you, King of Zombies, for the 34 months. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well and dealing with the stupid heat here that's finally broken. So happy. I had to do some garden stuff this weekend, and oh boy. It was not fun, let me tell you. Slowly sweating, but surviving, yeah. You guys don't have... Do you guys have air conditioning? You don't have central air, do you? Just realizing you guys could have came over here anytime you wanted. Oh, you do have central air. Okay, good. Did I get a new camera? No. Why do you ask? Oh, gotcha. That's cool. Column object. Looks clear. Ooh. It's just my charisma bleeding through more. So. I think this is 4021. No. Yeah, 4021. Seagull 7, 4021. No. Nice spit shine on the lens, yeah. Yeah. It's called It Was So Hot Here, the lens sweat, and it got clearer because of it. That's the real story. That was 4021, yeah. But yeah, I haven't updated anything streaming wise in years. I mean, knock on wood. That's MDF. Maybe it's closer to wood. I've had these lights for a very long time. I haven't switched the bulbs once. Now that I said it, it's gonna be a problem. Because, of course, it is. Better knock again. There's some wood in this cat hammock, I'm sure. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. They're soft boxes, right? So they've got a cover over them. So, like, the bulb would have to explode with some high rate to get through there. Okay. That's a pretty solid release, if I don't say so myself. Although I guess I should have been a little bit better with my naming of stuff, but whatever. Branch release prep. For the 0.4.0 release. Oh, I gotta cut out some time to get a haircut this week too. My hair's too long. I know it doesn't look long, but it is. Alright, RPG post depends on equals 40, 20, and 40, 21, I think was it? No, 40, 21, 40, 22. Somebody is thumping the car. Sure. So ridiculous. Ooh, excuse me. All right. So that's all ready to go. So, sorry, we landed one earlier. All my ZFS NAS saving stuff is here. Whatever, it's fine. It's going 212. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Ooh. So, goodness. It's not like I haven't had enough caffeine today. I guess I just didn't sleep enough. Wow. So, March 31st. Okay, so here's the next round of development. Add a G-list model of purple account manager. Get okay. Or Pidgin application. Purple account manager. Get enabled model. I wanted to look through the stuff that we've done these past 3 months because I don't remember. 3 months is a long time when you think about it. I mean, I know it feels short and time's been flying. Like, I can't believe we're almost at the end of June already. But we've gotten a lot of work done in that. So, yeah. All right. Yep, that got converted to a list model. Uh-huh. Yep, good. Remove those glist versions. Native file for macOS on ARM. Data assignment. Okay. Oh, we really fixed presence. That's the big thing for IRC we did. We added some. Okay. Oh, I was like, what is this for? So, unfortunately for work, like many of you, I'm assuming you have to use Microsoft Teams, and Teams will let people have accounts in the Teams instance that aren't part of the organization, but they get labeled as external, and that's what the property's for. I've been on the live stream lately. If you've been watching the save stream, yeah, I got the ZFS all up and running Friday. NASA's back online. It's recreated properly, and so on. Although after the fact, Jim Salter from 2.5 Admins, I know him because I subbed on one of those on an episode with him. He looked at it later and he's like, I should have mentioned this to you before. He's like, you probably want, like, if you ever do this again, you probably want to go 3 wide. He's like, 4 wide doesn't give you any more redundancy and it gives you a performance hit. I'm like, oh, well, like, I'm not doing this again because it took 36 hours to copy the one way and 36 hours to copy back the other way. So about 3 days of just copying. And now the pool is bigger, so it's going to take longer. So, yeah, probably not. Keyboard stuff to the channel join dialog. Z block copy? What is that? How's it going, SWK? Oh, yep. That part, yep. Do who after joining the channel? We have to fix that. Oh, well, this was ZFS send. So, either way. Yeah, either way, it still was an ass ton of data. Roughly 65 terabytes I'd had to move. Terabytes. 65 terabytes. Terabytes. Bytes of terror. Alright, so there's quite a bit of stuff here that I just don't remember because it's been so long. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Discover. Fuck, sorry. I cannot stop yawning right now. Oh, I was going to disable the SIP protocol plugin by default. Because we're kind of stuck there. I guess it doesn't matter. It's a feature. It'll be disabled by default. Can I give this a value? I don't know. Can I give this value? I don't think it matters. Oh, I don't know where... Oh, options. I'm like, I don't know where options are here. Okay, I can... Okay, so we're just going to try to disable it by default. Value disabled. Sure. Oh, right. This has the summary is all weird and funky. Um, that was Retro Purple where we did all that. All right, well, why don't we do this all at once? Well, that's not what I want. Mason dot build, not build. Mason dot. Where do we do the summary for the protocols? User interface, plugin, miscellaneous. Alright. Well, do we put this on protocols, Mason build? Nope. SIP Mason build. Aha! Okay, well, we move this all into the way that makes sense, but, oh. We don't have disabled auto if. I don't think we want that, though, but maybe? Oh, it's not allowed. My bad. So I started trying to proof of concept out. Oh, it's supposed to be disabled. Oh, right. Okay, hold on. I started trying to proof of concept out. If I can do a socket service with UDP and TCP, and it doesn't look like I can, but it's okay. I need to play around some more with that and see what's going on. Mason setup build. What? Because, yes, I am probably going to build my own SIP parser. But it's okay before anybody freaks out. Because we don't want NAT-traversal. We don't need media. We need SIP parsing, SDP, negotiation. And we're primarily going to be talking to OpenSIPs, Kamailio, FreeSwitch, or Asterisk. That'll simplify things a lot, right? We're not a server. We're not talking to phones and shit directly. We're gonna have a switch in between us in most cases, and yeah, or some SIP. I don't. Trunking is not the right word, but I can't think what it is. And we should be fine there. Okay, good. So SIP is false now. Yep. Okay. We're gonna say. Yeah, obviously we're not doing anything with the SIP stuff until next release cycle. Like I said, try to proof of concept it out a little bit and then go from there. Protocols, bonjour. Mason. I guess I didn't need the protocols. Feature.a load. Bool, yes, no. True. Wait, I'm getting real tired of having to build the world. Unknown. Oh, I typed aloud wrong in XMPP. Good, at least it's the last one. Maybe more, we'll see. Cool. Yep. Hey. Issue branch, protocol summaries. Update or disable by default and update the protocol summaries to reflect what will be built. Ooh. $40.28. Does anybody do anything fun this weekend? Took about 2 AMS units? Huh? What do you mean you took 2 AMS units? You bought a dehumidifier? Or took apart? Okay. Yeah, filament breaking them? That's the worst. I've gotten down to pretty fast at it, but yeah. Because it'll get too humid. That AMS says it's at 13% right now, and here it's 47. Filament breakage, yeah. The worst part of that whole thing is just taking everything out of the AMS to get to it. It's like, you couldn't have given us like an access flap on the bottom. Like, I understand it would have been more expensive, blah, 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 but oh, come on. Because, like, you can't even get to the thing to release the PTFE tubing until you take out the middle 2 filaments, spools. And then you got to take the rest of them out, take out, well, I guess if you're using the stock silica stuff, you're fine. But then I've got extra silica beads in the front and a hydrometer and stuff also in the front. Got to take all that out. Then you take the 2 screws out. You very carefully have to lean it up weird so you can unplug it to tow thing out, to pop off a PTF tube, to pull out the filament, to put the tube back in, to immediately put it all back together. It's so ridiculous. Those water bucket. Jeez, dude, you got to get a hose. Just hose right out the window. That reminds me, I have a dehumidifier in my basement. But it was making some crazy noises, so I turned it off and I never got back to it. It's got a pump, but I got to rearrange the laser wall. Gotcha. Alright. There is one other thing I would absolutely adore to have in this release. Which is... Well, okay, hold on, let's do this. I don't recall at all where we left off on the preferences stuff. Which is not good, but my memory's shit, we know this. So, you know, it's not the end of the world. Come on. Build faster. Okay. Alright, so we just have message formatting on. That's all we have in here. Okay. I'm not super duper worried about that. That's okay too, right? You got to start somewhere. This should be cool. We're not going to get this done in time. This sounds silly, but it's actually way more complicated than it should be. Because, like, IRC, we might want to wait until we get the whole thing. We might not. Do we do it at the protocol level? Do we let Purple do it? I don't know. Right? This is not happening in this release. We need to replace this, but yeah. Due to an issue with mixing Pango attributes and use markup property and GTK label, we have to come up with an entirely new way to parse and handle links by returning a Pango adder list for them. C/R3970 for more information. Yeah. This is not happening in 7 days. Just not happening. Just note the application marked busy, and it'll be good for us to use this. We were waiting for this property for it. Point of the hash table acting as a set would be that we wouldn't need the new signal, as we don't care about the previous state that way. It will be removed from the hash table when it's connected, so on disconnect it wouldn't be found, and that's not a problem. Let's look at that yet. I think we can still do that. This one we're gonna punt on. It'd be nice, but we're not. It's like getting stretch goals. Cool. This is not a stretch goal yet. I want to focus on getting the release out and okay. And we'll go from there. The timestamp thing. This is still on the table. It might get shitty. This, I'm not sure how to make this stay. But we'll see. That might still be on the table. This is still on the table, assuming we get Seagull done like today. We're going to punt on this too. Basically, IRC features we're going to punt on. Okay. What is left of this? We need a way to create conversations, that is DMs and group DMs. I started some work on this a while ago, but got blocked by something that was missing. I think it's resolved now, so I need to look at my old branch. Basically, this should have an account selector, an entry, a space for an error, and a submit button. But you grab purple to create conversation details from the protocol in the account dropdown, which of course will have to be filtered for protocols that implement creating conversations. See implements create conversation. If contacts can be found in the contact manager, purple protocol contact, search async, and search finish should be used to populate them. I don't think that one's going to happen in time hit either. Okay.
32 months. Yeah. Hey, everyone. My uncle asked me the other day how to drive. I told him control key. He told me to do that anymore.
Thank you for the 32 months, Robotic Head. Greatly appreciate it. And thank you for the joke. At least it wasn't about a hard P. Either way, everyone, if you don't know Robotic Head, you should go give him a follow. He's another streamer here on Twitch. He works on a project management tool called Nearbeach. And yeah, it's in Python, Django with Vue, and you should give him a follow. And crap, that was all during an ad, sorry. Well, hopefully people saw it. Heard it, whatever. You only have 3 jokes? Yep. I don't have very many good jokes on my own. I make jokes all the time, but people don't get them. And then I have to explain them, and then they're not funny because they had to be explained. Interesting. Okay. You have plenty of jokes, but most are terms against terms of service. Yeah. So apparently the link stuff in Pidgin 2 will look for an HTTP or HTTPS prefix, and we'll look for a dub prefix. Oh wait, no, we still have this code in Pidgin 3. Markup link. That's bad. It's funny, but it's bad. All right, so the main issue that we have here is can we rewrite this to I'm assuming we have no test for this. We do not. All right. We're in the military, the dark humor. Yeah, I'm sure. And dark humor is okay for me. I like dark humor. It's all right. I don't so much go for like racist or whatever dark humor, but you know, gallows humor, sure. But a lot of stuff gets swept up with dark humor, and it's just like yeah. Okay. So if we, that's not a lot. Markup dots. Oh wait, what do we have for test markup? HTML to XHTML. Oh, we never actually call purple markup linkify. Are we? Let's do some cleanup here. This is for XMPP. A lot of people don't want to do the XHTML format anymore because people fuck it up all the time. And strip HTML, we don't, not most of the protocols don't have HTML anymore, so we don't care. In theory, we should be able to get rid of both of these and just go on. We'll leave the test because then we'll use that to build a linkify test and go from there. You're listening to the track from the 80s today that was a spoof of a Beach Boys song. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what you're referring to, but okay. Oh, no, neither of those should be used. I don't think. Yes. I had to think, because it's been a long time since I've listened to Beach Boys anything. I have no idea what the fuck that's about. It's related to the Middle East and... Okay. I will take your word for it. I don't think we need this anymore. Damn. Alright, let's go for smaller parts first. So there is... Oh, is it GTK URI? I thought there's GURI something. No. Escapes a string for use in a URI. Normally all characters that are not unreserved, i.e. ASCII numerical characters plus dash, dot, underscore, and tilde, are escaped, but if you specify characters and reserved cards allowed, they are not escaped. This is useful for the reserved characteristics in the URI space. Since 2.16. We should have been using this forever ago. That said, are we using this anywhere? This is unescaped, but there should be... Or maybe there's not. Hold on, let's go here. Markup.c uses it a lot. That's it though. Purple markup unescape entity. Returns a constant string of the character. What the fuck? Representation of the HTML entity pointed to by at text. For example, amp will return amp. The text variable is expected to point to an ampersand, the first character of the entity. If given an unrecognized entity, the function returns null. Escapes all characters are... Okay, this does walk through the string. Well, wait, hold on. This was used by markup slice, which I'm going to guess is probably not... Okay, hold on. So markup slice is not used anymore. We're just going to start cutting, and where we stop, we stop. Oh, sweet. Oh, those are the hassle ones. That's okay. Okay. That's gone. Sweet. That's not used here. That's not used elsewhere. So tag get name can go away. Okay. That's used internally. On escape text. Okay. On escapes HTML entities to their little characters in the text. For example, amp is replaced and so on. Also converts numerical entities. Currently supports following. Okay. This was not used anywhere else, right? Well, test markup, but okay. Okay, we'll get rid of this guy. Oh, it does use that. Fuck it. Right. Does that function? Oh, maybe. Yeah, okay. We want to get rid of this. And I think we get rid of the tag value, the allow tag thing, but I'm not positive. Rip the bitrate, I should have full. Yeah. Okay, so now that stuff can go away. That can go away. Let's do this first. Good, good. We are deleting things. Very things. Oh. The melody just clicked in my head. SWK. It totally makes sense now. I wasn't like, whatever. I used to be so good at just random associations, and now my brain just fucking sucks. Alright, who calls bad car? Alright, Linkify does, process link, all this other bullshit. Alright. Markup Linkify is still there. We need to leave that. Unescape HTML. Oh, okay. Wait. Unescape entity is called at the start of this. Okay, hold on. So, strip HTML. Okay, that's still there. That's okay. We can leave that for now. Even Purple Toast does that. Markup Linkify we still need for now. Unescape text. Sure, still used, right? Yep, an XML node and elsewhere. Unescape HTML is used in XML node. And then unescape entity is a little helper thing for this. Which is not actually used publicly. But that's okay. Okay. Okay, either way, I think this is a good start to get some of this cleaned up. Let's look at what strip HTML does. Or not strip HTML. We're not going to get through that right now. Because this goes through and then it just special cases some stuff, I guess. I don't know why we check div and shit separately or whatever. Although arguably we shouldn't have HTML anywhere, but that's okay. I wanted to look at the with strip HTML is the other one we need. But the unescaped text. Yeah, this is really gross. This doesn't have a C also. Escapes a string for use in a URL. Normally all characters that are unreserved. There's like G markup something too. Canadian Telecom got hacked by a group suspected to be Chinese government backed using a Cisco iOS exploit that was patched a year and a half before the breach. Yikes. That's sad. There's GURI parse. Oh, this is to escape in a URI, not just random markup. But there's G markup stuff for this. G markup. Escapes text so that the markup parser will parse it verbatim. Less than greater than, ampersand, or replace the corresponding entities. The function would typically be used when writing out a file to be parsed with a markup parser. Yeah, so who's calling this? The markup text, or what the hell's it called? Unescaped text. Yeah, both of these should be converted. So this should be a G markup. Do we... Wait, what? This function would typically be used when writing out to a file to be parsed with the markup parser. Yeah, I just want to, like, parse text. One of... This is the purple one, yeah. This is the purple stuff again. Dang it. Alright, so there's not really a way to do this in glib. That's dumb. Okay. So that's got to stay here. Just, we... Wait. Oh, this is when we copy it to the build args. Okay. Well, that sucks. Alright. I guess we leave that for now, but... we're still deleting 1,000 lines. Some unused markup functions. $40.29. Yep, just delete a whole shitload of code. Oh, I didn't realize that they had different degrees for how much of the circle is filled in. That's kind of funny. Alright, publish. And let's go merge crazy. Woo! Pidgin, clean, OBT land, SR 4028. I didn't do any of the pull any stuff first. Whoops. Should be fine, but Ninja Turtles. I'll just run. Yes, 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 yes. And Tip's still going to be there by default if you had it on, because that Mason's just going to remember it that way. So, yeah. But yeah, so my goal for the release is to get the conversation manager stuff all implemented in Thursday's stream, starting early if I can. The caveat is we're not gonna support rejoining passworded channels out of the box. I'm not trying to complicate things with that right now. We can deal with that later. Not Ninja C. Okay. Yep. Okay. So 4025. There's more of these to do in Hassle too. I just ran out of steam the other night when I was doing this. Also, a bunch of our other projects don't define the deprecated macro thing. Some of them even try to use it, but it's not there. It doesn't exist. So they'll go build errors when we try to use them. Oh, I'm not cleaning my branches. I don't know why I'm so tired. I spelled protocol wrong. HE Pro XR Hassle context error minus S defaults. Okay, back over here. 4026. So all this kind of busy work is we are implementing error codes everywhere because it's useful for people to use them for code flow stuff, although it's rare, but a library should be able to do that. But more specifically, this helps stuff out with the bindings, the language bindings, and that's something we want to be supportive of. I don't know why I got so inflected on that. Yay! JS2 air cleanups, that was the other one. No, I don't need to update to that. I can remember what the other pull request was. This one was something I just had sitting in my tree for a while, then just wasn't finished because of something, I don't remember. So, 4023. Alright. So in Hassle, we still have to finish Scram and Scram attributes. The GS2 header error stuff was necessary to finish Scram attributes. Scram attributes is necessary to finish Scram. We're gonna try not to finish that tonight, but we will grind through this next steps of these, because this stuff is pretty easy. Oh, I was gonna do that over in Pidgin too. So we keep getting burned on something that's absolutely really stupid, and we should just not let it happen anymore. So for whatever reason, when we are generating enums, we keep a separate list of them for some reason. I am, I don't know. Oh, well, hold on. So what we can do real quick, hold on. Let's go back to Siegel, or to, Hassle. And I'll show you, or I just want to check something. But so anyways, the idea was, instead of keeping a separate list of which files to scan for enums, because like the scan doesn't take that long, it's just to scan all our source files, right? It's way less error prone. I mean, it's not error prone, it's error free, or whatever. It's error safe. And it makes more sense to do it that way. The question though is, yeah, right. So this one now is using all the source files, and they just drop in winner here. So, oh no, it has to scan the source files again. Big whoop. I'm like, on the Pidgin and Purple side, there's 100+ files there, so it's annoying, right? But like, if we miss a file here, that becomes a problem. So we're gonna start by doing that, and that should be enough. And this is just gonna become purple headers. I think that's the variable. Oh, it's lowercase for some reason. Purple core headers. I don't know why it's core headers even, but whatever. But enum shouldn't be in private headers. They should, or they could be in request headers. Okay, that's fine. Purple core headers plus purple request headers, right? Now we just don't have that problem anymore. It's gone. We don't have to worry about remembering to do it. So one of the things that happens when I make these error domain things is I always forget to add it to the enum header, or to the enum scanner, and I sit there for a while, try to figure it out, and then I'm like, oh, it's not an enum, or like the enum scanner didn't get it, so that it uses that to wire everything up and go from there, and that becomes a problem. So we're just eliminating that problem. God, none of this stuff is normalized. But again, we're gonna, we don't have enums in Lit Pidgin? Interesting. Okay. We probably should, but we don't. This is weird. Why you stuck, bro? Okay, I don't know that we got all the library stuff out of here. Oh, okay. Actually, I'm not worried. Do we want the dot comments or not? Well, I don't know what this is doing, but that seems wrong that it's stuck there. It seems weird, right? Oh, great. We might be crashing soon. No, that's 8:15. Near a lethal mosquito STD to combat malaria. Yeah, what could go wrong at all? Nothing, right? This change shouldn't be having this problem. Alright, we're gonna let this sit here for a minute. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. And sorry, we just missed an ad too. Alright, right back. Alright. So what the fuck? That must have purple enums in it. It has to. Right? That's the only thing that makes sense. No, it's menu. Yeah, alright, I don't know. I don't know why the hell that got all messed up, but whatever. We'll just skip that for now, it's fine. We really don't need to do that. What I did want to do is, this is not going to be... The idea of all the dot comments and everything here was because at one point in time, this was going to be subclassable. And that's just not the case anymore. So, yeah, it looks like it's just the client that has, or the protocol that has some stuff here, and the rest of this can just be, yeah. Oh, yeah, we don't even need the version thing anymore. Yeah, okay. Protocols, IRC-v3, HERM, purple, IRC-v3 version.h. IRC, Mason, build, close that, saving, back here. We didn't even have version in the thing? I guess not. Alright. GNU I don't know if that works here, because that's not really the right way to do that. But that's okay. We'll see what happens. That's fine. So I think it's helpful to have this stuff here too. Even though it's not for API purposes anymore, it'll help when people, I mean, it's not for public API anymore. It, you know, API, or, you know, when you're writing something, API is still an API for yourself. So it's just, you know, it's not a public API anymore, but yeah, okay, it was added in this version and blah, 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 right? And that's fine. We got some issues to fix on the statement column, but that's okay. That's expected. Unknown type, purple IRC-v3 connection. Did you mean purple connection? No. CTCP handler somehow. Did I delete the wrong line from here? I might have. Yeah, it looks like I did. Yep. In my brain, I read version, which was wrong. Do we do the symbol visibility thing for the other protocol plugins? Oh, we do that part, okay. Yeah, okay. Sure. Remove versioned API from IRCV. Since IRCV3 is not going to be subclassable. Did we get the rest of that? Yeah. Is no longer subclassable. Can no longer be. Can no longer be subclassed. The API should not be exposed. This takes care of that. $40.30 already. Oh, yeah, we don't. That's not really API. We don't really need that per se. That's fine. All right, let's fix the seagull stuff. I don't want diff. Go back to review, please. There's a name assigned with the as keyword. If no name was assigned, it returns null, and we just get the name of the originate column. If there's no as clause in the name of the column, it's unspecified, may change. Yeah, well, I know what the docs say, and I know what it does. Column name is const. You can set it column name plus equals string length prefix if there's a prefix, and then pspec only once outside both ifs. Let me look at that. I think I know what he's saying. $7.39. Nope. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay. Maybe wrap these. Did they get too wide? What line? 303. Oh, yeah, that's a problem. What do you mean by migrations are written in... Oh, okay, I gotcha. I think. I think these are... I need test statement object. I'm in the wrong spot. Yeah, okay. There's no plus. That's the part I couldn't remember. I'm like, ah. Whatever's on 326. Test statement, probably. No, it was a comment. Statement.h 326. That's where it was. Note that true returned even if no properties and object have been updated. Alright. Alright, we're gonna look to see what we can do about the SQLite thing, about the column name for the as stuff. I mean, this isn't like tech support, but I mean, you can try. Like, most people use like Stack Overflow, Google. Oh, maybe. Oh, right. We were gonna dig into the SQLite code. Oh. I don't want to install Fossil. Don't they have a GitHub mirror? GitHub mirror, there it is. Right on the page. So this is SQLite 3 column name. Once we get everything. Try using Google would have bugged your mind. You have a CD here that is Red Hat Linux 8.0. That is super old. Unless it says Red Hat Enterprise Linux, it is ridiculously old, like 1999, 2000-ish. I mean, just if you want to try Linux, go download a live distro from the internet. There's a ton of them. If you're used to Windows, you might want to start with something like Linux Mint or maybe Ubuntu. And they have a mode where you can burn it to a CD or put it on a USB key. So it'll destroy everything on the USB key. But then you can boot your computer from it and try it without actually deleting anything. So Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8, this is newer, but that's why I said if it has the Enterprise in it, then you might be all right. But where this is... I need, nope, not RHEL. So before Red Hat Enterprise Linux was their thing, there was this thing called Red Hat Linux, which then later got split off to Fedora Core, which later got renamed to Fedora. And when they did all of that, they created an enterprise version called Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So if that is actually Red Hat Linux 8, that came, oh, sorry. September 2002, not 99, I was a little early, but 2002 is when Red Hat 8 was released. Now again, Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8, don't look at me, their names are confusing. That's newer. It's still at least a major version behind, but if it actually says Red Hat 8, you just don't waste your time. Yeah, that's 23 years old. You probably would want to get something newer. The beauty of Linux is they're actually, you know what? End of 10. I had to think of the name. This would be a good place for you to start if you're considering Linux instead of Windows. So there's an initiative people are trying to do to convert people from Windows 10 to Linux, because if you have an older computer and it doesn't have a TPM in it and stuff like that, you can't put Windows 11 on it. So there's an initiative here of people trying to help people install Linux, or help people trying to help people move to Linux. And that's what this entire site is for. They can help you get installation media, how to do it, how to test it, and all that stuff. That is probably much more, much better than anything I can do for you. What the fuck, man? Where, what? Why are there defines for this, man? Where's the implementation? Yeah, no, that's fine. It's fine. Your question's perfectly fine, not a problem. The problem is when people are like, can you help me install Linux? And it's like, yeah, I wasn't doing anything here on stream that I was just looking for something to do, right? And believe it or not, it comes up more often than you think. Or just questions of that nature. And you're just like, no, right? But directing somebody to an answer, yeah, sure, not a problem, right? Dude, I am so lost in this. All right, well, let's start with this. So, oh, there was something under EXT, wasn't there? Oh, there's WASM stuff here too. That's calling it. That's WASM, JNI, init check, RBU. Try source. This seems likely. Where the hell is this thing defined? Okay, VDBE API looks like it. Okay, I saw this before, and this points to SQLite3 API. Oh my goodness. It's been along with some people what they would recommend Fedora, Kali Linux. I think it's a name and such. So Kali is typically meant for security people. It's got a bunch of security specific stuff in it. It's not necessarily meant for new users. Fedora can be. Fedora's not a bad recommendation. Like I said, Linux Mint, maybe elementary OS. It's not a learning thing. They mean it like it's elemental or something. I don't remember. Then Ubuntu is always good. I mentioned that earlier too. So a bunch of them. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. Kali is not a daily driver. It's not something people would typically use every day. No, you're fine. You're fine, Big Oda. Don't worry about it. The thing is, people get very what's the right word? I guess we'll say tribal about which Linux distribution to use. But at the end of the day, if you like, you need to find something that you want to use, right? Something that you enjoy using, stuff like that, right? So the only thing I can do is give you a bunch of options, right? And then it's up to you to do with that what you will. But there's going to be people who be like, you're not a real Linux user unless you run Arch, and fuck them. They're full of shit, and they think people should have to struggle and learn things the hard way, and that's just dumb, right? If that's something you want to do, by all means, knock yourself out. But don't listen to those assholes. Don't let them guilt you into it, and whatever. You know, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, everyone's got to start somewhere. I have no idea what your computer competency is or whatever, and it's fine. Entering Linux world, I'm looking for something easy to use and normal. Yeah, so what is this one? I just gave them end of 10. Yeah, so in that case, try Mint, Linux Mint. Okay, I don't, that's whatever. So, Linux Mint. Ubuntu has a bunch of different flavors, but the stock one's probably okay for you. Ubuntu, I don't know, is it .com or .org? .com. Then there's Fedora. You know, there's tons of stuff out here, and like I said, the best recommendation: grab something as a live distribution, and try it out without actually installing it, and then go from there. No one's running Windows 10 IoT. Not on a desktop. Anybody know what the hell VDBE is? Oh, Virtual Database Engine. Okay, so that's probably the right one. Yeah, I mean, technically, Chrome OS is a Linux desktop, and that's been around for a while, so I think we're already there. Or, you know, people could quit caring about that and just, you know, use the damn thing. And stop trying to force it on people. What? This is... Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, my year of the Linux desktop was 2003. So... Websites... Yeah. Yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine, Big O. Don't worry about it. You're fine. Explain column name... Yeah, I can't read this code. Can I not reply? Oh, I didn't. I never published this. That's why I couldn't reply, because I was still editing. I was like, I would have expected a response by now, kind of. CP, Pidgin clean, RBT, land, minus R40, HE up, default, HE pull, minus U. 40, 30. Oh, sorry, I just popped my knuckles right into the mic. I've been trying something maybe silly. I've lived off of ibuprofen for years, and I'm trying very hard to not take any anti-inflammatory drugs. Because I don't know, I like I get this feeling like if I don't let my body actually respond to things properly by not letting joints and stuff get inflamed, that it's just gonna wear shit down faster. So yeah. A little bit more achy than I normally would be tolerating, but it's okay. Alright, do we have anything else we could merge right now? I don't think so. Nope. Oh, we can update this though. It's sore throat, drink onion peel tea. Here in Portugal, we drink it, it helps. It tastes horrible. No, this joint issues, man. I have a kind of rare genetic thing called hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I have a borderline case. There's other people that have it way worse than me. But what happens is my joints aren't as rigid as they should be, which means they can hyperextend and stuff just doesn't sit where it's supposed to. So, yeah. So, like, I'll get partial joint separations all the time, which is really annoying. It's one of the reasons why almost every joint in my body can crack easily. Like, when you crack my knuckles before, I then pop my elbows back into place because they weren't exactly where they're supposed to be. So, I thought I looked for this, but let's take a look. Better look. Should have rebased first. Whatever. Oh yeah, because I'm gonna have to rerun Mason anyways. Whatever, just finish. Come on. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Okay. I like that idea because I didn't know what else to do. Let's fix this quick. Rebase minus D default. Keep branches. Ninja again. And then markup.c. Logic thanks. On escape entity. Right? That was the one. On escape entity. Oh, so it's used in strip HTML. Well, so I have been working on this code base for 23 years, so you got some time to put in. Oh, yeah, we're going to go back over here. So, QLogic mentioned in a comment for the Seagull one. I don't know, maybe just add a test calling it directly so we're going to assert it still as we expect. And that is why he has quantum logic in his name. Because I did not think of that at all. And he did, which is good. Where do we want to put this? I guess we can make a test SQLite test. It'll be a little weird, but it's okay. No. Yeah, we'll just do it that way. Oh. I suppose that makes sense. I have notifications on the other screen. That's how I know what's happening without looking. Challenge yourself? Gotta start somewhere. So yeah. So we're gonna make a new unit test just called Test SQLite. And the point of these tests is just going to be to make sure SQLite does the things we're expecting it to do. We don't really care about that right now. We're not actually supposed to even need that anymore. We're gonna go from there. SQLite 3. Column name. No. Unnamed. Alright, so we created our database in memory. No, we actually need migrations. Go to make a statement. We don't actually have to do that, but we need to say Seagull statement star stmp equals no statement equals Seagull statement new db select one error g assert no error error g assert true Seagull is statement. I don't think this depends on verb. So that's okay. We'll put that there. This is test Seagull SQLite 3 column name or yeah, this is whatever. We'll do unnamed first. All right, so this is an unnamed column. Result equals Seagull statement step t comma error g assert no error g assert true results. Oh, we don't have a way to get the column name out of this. We didn't expose the statement in statement, did we? I don't think we did. Oh no, we should have. Because the point is we want to force you to try to do good behavior here, but we will. Yeah, okay. But we do allow you to fall back to the other stuff. All right. So then we've got Seagull SQL Lite 3 statement. Is that what it was called? Oh, STMT. Alright, so we set the statement. Then we would need to grab SQL statement equals Seagull statement get SQLite. No, what did I call it? Get statement. Yep. Alright. Then we need the SQLite 3 API. SQLite 3 API. Column names in a result set. Okay, yep. First parameter is prepared statement that implements a select statement. Second parameter is column number. Leftmost column is number 0. Okay. The parameters are 1 indexed. Columns, result columns are 0 indexed. We need to use the SQLite 3 statement so that we can use a numbered indice. Numbered index, sure, whatever. Right, because internally this is calling the same thing. Yeah. That doesn't return an error or anything. Yep, just give us the thing. Okay, yep. So then we say, oh, we need the name. Column name equals SQLite 3, column name, SQLite statement, comma 0. G assert null. Column name. G clear object statement. Okay. Yeah, let's just make a unit test. It'll be real easy. Coder, thank you for the $5 donation to I Am Freedom. Greatly appreciate it. And how you doing? Hope you've been doing well. Have you been streaming lately, and or should I give you a shout out? Because I don't know the last time you streamed. Because somehow I still always miss your streams. But if you are still streaming semi-frequently, okay. No videos found. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. You haven't streamed since November? Okay. Well, then when you start streaming again, I'll give you a shout out, or I can give you one anyways. I don't really care. Eventually get back. Yeah, you know, whatever. No pressure. No pressure. Everybody's got stuff going on. What should we name this column? We'll just make a column 1. We'll keep it generic. But we're gonna make sure we make it to that point and die. Ooh, we can't yet. Seagull test mason.build. Now we can. Working on some AI project when I have time. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay. The things people are trying to solve with AI don't make any sense to me. Good. So that's doing what we wanted to. It failed where we wanted it to. Column name should be null. What did we get back? Because this worked in my tests. Oh. Fuck. How did my test work with this? Oh, I understand. I understand. It worked because we didn't care about it, but or I think we didn't. Returns a name assigned with the as keyword. If no name was assigned, it returns null, and we just get the name of the originating column. No, that doesn't work. That does not work at all. All right, so this is good. This is good. We put this test in here, right? Column name equals 1. We currently expect this to return the column index plus 1 as a string, which is annoying, but yeah. All right, so if we didn't do any string stuff in Seagull, did we? No, that's okay. Because we can say, what is the function? It's gstir something. Gstir compare 0. I really don't know why they didn't just give us a freaking string equal. Like, come on, guys. Like, there is this one, but it's not null safe. Oh, is it? Wait, is it the value? That would be silly. But I called column name. I'd never asked for the value, right? It's supposed to be giving me the column name. So, right, and there, so here, there's the value. Select 2342. Good call, Dan. This might be because of the way I'm doing this. I was trying to avoid creating migrations and creating a table. It's fine, we can do it. I just didn't want to. So, like, it's doing what you would expect it to do in this case, which is fine. It's just, I was totally overlooking that case, right? Because since there's no table, there's no structure for it to use, it's going to return that name directly. And that might be why this worked in my test, but not here. So, right, we're going to create table obj, num as integer. Or select num from test, right? Oh, I didn't fix the statement. Oh, wait, no. That should be fine. Oh, then we have to insert too. Insert into test num values 42. All right. So now we have a column name of num. But that was supposed to... The name assigned to a particular column in the result of a select statement. The SQLite 3 column name interface returns a pointer to a zero term in a UTF-8 string and SQLite 3 column name 16. The first parameter is prior statement that implements a select statement. The second parameter is the column number. The leftmost column is number 0. The return string pointer is valid until it's destroyed. Other statements automatically re-prepared for a particular run or until blah blah blah. If the name of a result column is the value of the as clause for that column. Wait, the name of a result column is the value of the as clause for that column. If there is an as clause. If there is no as clause, then the name of the column is unspecified and may change from one release of SQLite to the next. Well, how the I think this is still the right way to go. It's just shitty. What are you saying? I currently expect this to return the column name. If no as clause was specified. I didn't run the migrations. Okay. A little ridiculous, but it's okay. So, there's the name assigned with the as keyword. Or the column name as a column name if no as keyword was used. This is true at least as a version 3.46.1. We have a unit test to verify if this changes. Yeah, I'm really torn on which way to do this. Like, we can grab the origin name, and if the column name is different, we use that, but, like, that's not guaranteed. This is really annoying. Alright, well, I think this is where we go for now. 4021. As a unit test to verify that SQLite 3 is doing what we expect it to do. Okay. Oh, yep. Come back to this, make this static. It's fine. Unescape entity, right? I think it was. No, reviews. Unescape entity. Alright, what? I don't know what the hell's happened there, but whatever. Oh, so interestingly, somebody on Reddit had some interesting use cases for buddy pounces. And I haven't told them yet that they've been removed in Pidgin 3. but I'm trying to think. Trying to their use cases are basically to get somebody as soon as they jump on Facebook, so you can basically snipe them for Facebook Marketplace stuff, um, and like I don't think it's a great thing. It's also I don't think horrible. Part of the problems with the buddy pounces was there was so much you could do with it that made it so easy. But if we roll that back to just allowing you to send a message when somebody's status becomes available, and it's a one-time message or maybe it's a queue, right? I don't think that's a big deal necessarily. I mean, it can still be annoying as fuck, but we could rate limit it or something, or the protocol should be rate limiting it or something, right? And that would fix a bunch of stuff, I think. Or not fix, but you know, that would be a happy in between. Like, we're not going to do it today because we don't need the feature right now. But I think that would be okay. That's it. I don't even know what the hell we call the plugin. Other than offline message emulation, which is we already have a plugin for that used buddy pounces to do that. All right. What else were we gonna jump into here real quick? Oh, that's right. So part of the complexity with Linkify as a necessary HTML code to turn URIs into HTML links in a string. Returns a new string with all the URIs surrounded in standard HTML whatevers. You must use G for the string when you're finished. Like, so part of the problem here is it's dealing with HTML and other stuff. I think we can work around this. At least a little bit. Windows doesn't support links to like files, do they? So like, can we do some string colon? And that's a URL handler. This calls process link. Process link does. I was checking for entities and stuff. I'm not really worried about entities. So like ideally we should. Is this just a UI thing at this point? I mean, it'd be a utility function for UIs. Also, I'm not sure how the parentheses are supposed to work here. Because there's no test cases, right? All right. So what happens if we? Why is this one different? And what's a bad car and a bad entity? I think this is trying to do too much. What do we want to call this? So basically what we want to do is we want to create something. Purple available in 3.0. Car star. Purple markup. Oh, sorry, not car star. Pango adder list star. Purple markup. I guess parse links. Where's the given text and create and to find links. Oh, right. Part of the problem with this is we don't have an attribute for was I thinking this would go in verb? Yeah, I think, hold on, I think that was part of it, was that this is going to go into verb. Which is okay, just, yeah. The reason for that is so IRC we can, well, should this go into verb? Because the question is, we need to create additional Pango attributes for this. Oh, we have to learn how to do that part. Oh no, this is way worse. Fuck. Yeah, hold on. Well, we'll get to this in a second. So the bigger problem is the label doesn't know how to display it. Yeah. And like you can't create a link from attributes, I don't think. But we're gonna see that here in a second. When I see that, I mean we're gonna go look at the GTK code. Oh shit. Where did I type this? Oh, yep. Okay, 104 and testicle length. Alright, so we can do the seagull release here. Yay! Oh shit, sorry, I didn't mean to email you for no reason. It's no reason because he gave me a fix it and ship it. Cool. Alright, so now we can land 4021, P, Seagull, Queen, RBT, land, Dinosaur, 4021. Okay, just confused myself there for a second somehow. So then 4022 should be new from resource. Oh, I didn't actually close 4021. All right, let's go do a release. Just all right, so I kept forgetting my password, but did my key actually expire? uh, It's expired. This is so fucking dumb. That's just list keys. Literally fucking yesterday. Q Logic, are you around? Um. All right. I gotta go pee and I gotta go get my HSM. So I will be right back. Oh, I also need water. So yeah, be right back. technically an HSM, but it's a smart card, I think is the right word. Yes. Um, okay, so Richard says expirations can be extended by a new self-sign or self-signature. So the thing is, I don't have the private key. The private key's on here. At least I think so. And I don't remember how to use this thing at all. Right? Is it? What is it? It's like list private keys or something. Secret keys. Oh. No, I do have the secret key here. Okay. Let's see. So for starters, does this thing even work anymore? Because I haven't used it since I created that key. In 2019. Okay. Cool. Oh, is that it? And thank you for jumping on. Greatly appreciate it. Even if it's on an HSM or on a smart card. Okay. We editing. And then I don't remember how to do any of this. It's been so long. Why is Twitch giving me a notification? Oh, because somebody shared a story. Okay. Oh, change the expert. Okay. Help. Expire. No user ID has been marked as primary. This command may cause a different user ID to become the assumed primary. Huh? No direct experience with smart cards, but in PGP, the expiration. So my assumption is it's on the smart card. I think that's what I did, but I might have given up and not done it that way because the private key is on my machine. If I do list secret keys, it shows up, which I didn't think it was on there, and it is. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Do you think I should put an expiration date or not? And also, I don't know how I set the primary key. Okay. Primary is 2. What? I guess I do primary, then email? This is why nobody does this stuff. Okay, yeah, that's fair. But it's like, what do I do? um. Oh, there's a Yuid. What the? Okay, okay, yeah. Okay, then primary. Okay, then hold on. $20 to remember my password again. It's all right. Okay, cool. So that's got the primary. Cool. And then we say expire. So this one was 6 years, which is weird. Like 5 years, sure. That makes sense, right? Do you think 5 years sounds too long? Um, um, think yours is about that. Okay, yeah. Like I said, I don't know why I picked 6. He expires Saturday, June 22nd, 2030. Jesus Christ. Is this correct? Yes. Okay. And then do I have to commit or something? Save, commit. Save. Okay. But I want to export the public key to update Keybase. Not that Keybase is actually any good anymore. No, not from Chrome though. It's Chrome. So I gotta remember how to do that real quick. Okay. Edit my account settings. Oh, no, I have to do this from the command line, don't I? How do I? Oh, yeah, you gotta do like Keybase. I don't even have Keybase installed anymore. Or is it run Keybase? Yeah. Where do people put their public keys now? Wait, this is full. No. Or no. The 2048 one's dead. The 86, well, not dead, but I don't use it. B729. Okay, this is the proper one. I can hit edit here. Update my key. I edit it elsewhere. If you edit your PGK, say in GPG, you edit a sub key, you can paste your modified public key here. This will only work if your key fingerprint is unchanged. Yeah, it should be. GPG, export pub key. I don't really care if it's a file or not. List keys. GPG. armor, export, Grim. I want the key ID rather than the email, right? I think. And just in case this gets stupid, public key block. Okay, just a public key block. Let me paste this into Keybase. Oh, would you like to sign your updated public key? You'll do this using your private key. Yes. Jesus, this is they're gonna copy. Looks like it. Okay. Reload my profile. Okay, my key is updated on Keybase. Now we can get back. Thank you, Richard, for all your help again. You are amazing. And yes, I made notes. PGP renew, GPG edit key, key ID, UID2, Graham@Reaper.com, primary, expire 5 years, save. Thank you. This would have taken me forever to figure out on my own. Okay. So now GPG minus B minus A. Oh, it did sign. It signed it anyway with an expired key. All right. GPG check. Or is it? I don't remember. Let's verify. Verify. Okay, cool. Awesome. It's not capital, is it? Not capital. There we go. All right. And our not an ORM, but kind of an ORM library is now pretty freaking usable. Well, we might have to point release to fix bugs, but we'll see. All right. And my PGP key's up. PGP key is good for another 5 years. Woo! Right. Oh. And the obligatory change log 0.4.1. Issue branch release next up. I have been a software engineer by day. I don't know if you can see this because the ad just started, but I don't know. But I'm also a DevOps. I prefer doing ops during the day because that way I don't get burned out on programming during the day, and then I can program and work on Pidgin open source at night. I still end up doing little bits of development because DevOps, what are you gonna do? But like that's the plan, or not the plan. That's the deal. Sure. You have new meaning to transferable skills? What do you mean by that? Oh, daytime, nighttime? Yeah, I don't know. Nadamson, did you catch all that, or were you stuck in an ad? The ad just ended, which is why I'm asking. Both are transferable? Yes. Granola bar. You're stuck in that? Okay, yeah, no worries. So, in the past, I have done software engineering during the day. Nowadays, I prefer to do DevOps because it keeps me not burnt out from programming, so that I can come home at night and work on Pidgin and stuff, and other open source stuff. I mean, I have, but you know, as a DevOps, I still end up doing some dev because DevOps. What are you gonna do? But it's nothing like I do at night, which is good. Well, it depends on what you consider a maintainer. So I'm the lead dev. I probably put in the majority of the work, and that's okay. It's not a competition, whatever. QLogic contributes when he can. He's had developer status for a long time. And then we have Ivanhoe, who is what we call a crazy patch writer. And that's it. But you can look at, again, this is not a competition, just to give you an idea. This is our code review tool, our pull request, whatever, right? The owner is who opened the pull request. You can see it is dominated by me. Right? And that's okay, right? There's no problem with that. That's fine. See, QLogic gets some stuff in there. You saw Ivanhoe before. It's fine. Adamson, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Greatly appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes, and be sure to check out the official and unofficial Pidgin Discord, where, among other things, we have a sub-only channel, which I don't think anybody's talked in months, actually, for stuff that, you know, that might pop up on the stream beforehand. But, and to be clear, too, just because people aren't necessarily writing code, that's not a big deal. Testers are great. Code reviewers are great. Any help is appreciated. And, you know, Pidgin's open source project, volunteer based. You know, what are you gonna do? I'm missing this. No. I missed her. I'm working on Pidgin. Is there another open source project problem you'd see? I don't know, because I've been working on Pidgin for 22 years. So... like, I started working on Pidgin in June, July of 2003, and I've worked on it pretty much the entire time. I was on hiatus for a bit, but I was still working on stuff that was related and is now used by Pidgin. Right, so like, even Seagull here. Seagull, it's not Pidgin, it's meant to be a bigger library. Oh yeah, so Convey's fair too. I think I've come to a cold hard truth about Convey, but we'll get to that in a second. But like everything I do is related to Pidgin, even Convey. Convey was built as a way to do build testing in a maintainable way for Pidgin. Um, so everything one way or another has been almost always related to Pidgin. So the cold hard truth about Convey is there's no way I'm ever going to get Convey to feature parity with GitHub Actions. And I think the cold hard truth is I just have to let it go. It's not ideal. The project still does us a lot of good, but I just like it's not that it's a fool's errand. It's just there's better things to work on. Is ultimately what it comes down to. For those of you who don't know, Convey is a container pipelining tool I built to make managing Pidgin's build agents easier. I'm lacking time on everything. OpenA's Vault, most new code is OpenAVS adjacent or core in it. Yeah. So what Convey does is it makes it easier to build and run containers and to keep state between them. So long time ago, this is probably 2007 or earlier, I set up a Jenkins instance and a bunch of build agents. They're all virtual machines and stuff, using my VMware Workstation 5 license as much as I could because I paid a lot of money for that thing. And the problem was maintaining and keeping all of the distros up to date. And that wasn't even a ton of distros back then. And nowadays there's a lot. Not that we're trying to do all of them, but we're trying to hit the big ones. Your Debians, your Fedoras, your OpenSUSE, your OpenBSD, FreeBSD, Windows, Ubuntu, I forget what else, right? So one of the problems was, and this might be easier nowadays with config management tools like Salt or Ansible or Chef or whatever, right? But the big problem I had back then was I was putting way too much time into maintaining those virtual machines. Even if you're running updates weekly, that's a shit ton of time to just running updates, right? So I started learning and using Docker at work in 2014, and I started getting this idea that, hey, I'm not sure exactly how yet, but if I can automate the containers being built, that takes care of my update problem, right? So this is 7 years after the fact, whatever, but yeah, you're using BuildBot. Yeah, so what Convey does is Convey, I mean, I can just show you right here, so it should be easier here. So Convey is like most tools, and keep in mind, I started this before GitHub Actions was even a thing. But you know, it uses a YAML config file to define a bunch of stuff. So you got some environment stuff. The idea was that we were going to reuse tasks all the time. It turns out we don't end up doing it that much, but it's okay. So you defined task as separate task or something like running a container. So Docker run, right? You've got all these variables. So it's going to take the registry plus repository plus the target, which is a variable because it's defined elsewhere. Stuff to clean up, delete off of the host, Docker run or whatever. So Convey clean will delete files on the host. Docker export will take files out of the workspace and put them onto the host. Import, we skip that one. That'll take files from the host and put them into the workspace. But yeah, so anyway, so you define your task, whatever, then define your plans. So to build on Alpine Edge, right, we want to build on Alpine because Alpine doesn't use libc, right? So there's a possibility we're going to find weirdo bugs because it's a different environment, right? And that's cool. We want to do that. We want to find these bugs up front because it's so much easier for us to find them and troubleshoot them ourselves than it is when a user is in an exotic environment to us and they're not and if they're not developers, then it's really hard for us to walk them through and it's a giant time sink. So we'd rather catch them up front and then we just don't have that problem, right? So what this is going to do is, so this plan for Alpine Edge at AMD 64, has multiple stages, two stages, right? The first stage runs the import task and then the build task, right? So the import task copies all the files into the workspace. The build task runs a Docker container named registry repository target, right? So here in this plan, in the environment, we created a new environment variable named target, which is Alpine Edge AMD64. So what's going to happen is this is going to download and run the container docker.io slash Pidgin builders colon whatever the hell it was, Alpine Edge AMD64, right? And then if that stage, or so that stage, that's the first stage that'll run. Then the export stage will always run. So even if this fails, so if a stage normally fails, execution will stop, it'll finish, right? But we use the export task to get the failed build results out too, right? So export, just Docker export, takes whatever the build directory was, drops it into the target with, or drops it back into the host with the target name, right? And that's the idea, right? So what I can do here on my machine, right? So LSB release -a, right? So I'm on Debbie and Trixie AMD64. I can say convey run Alpine Edge AMD64. And you'll notice I'm doing this on the host. So convey itself right now is just the task runner. It's not the whole CI system. I've got some. All right, hold on. Let me just from a clean directory. So it struggles with symlinks is the problem, and it works much better on a clean directory. I have a cat in the way, so I'm trying to see my screen. Let's do it this way. Pidgin clean broke, sure. And cat power, yes. And if he wants to get in frame, we can make that happen. Boop. Yep. So here's my face. Yep. I'm sorry. Oh. This is AC Slater. Oh, I have to update this, don't I? Yeah, Big Boy is no longer with us. I need to update that command at some point. Alright. So, if we convey run Alpine or Edge AMD 64. We get past import, we're fine. Yep, okay. Right, so this is going to download a build image we have that's Alpine Linux. The idea here too is, yes, keep an eye on them, yes. The idea here is that the build containers already have all of our dependencies. So, like, you don't have it, like, with GitHub Actions, maybe if you go and save your containers or whatever, you end up downloading and installing your stuff all the time, and that's shitty, and it sucks, and it's a giant waste of time. Whereas with Convey here, it just that doesn't happen because we already did that work up front, right? So I have another task in the CI tool that just rebuilds these images weekly, right? So they get updated once a week. That's usually enough. Like, we don't need to run it every single time. Also, I think this drive is dying, but it's so slow. Build import HTX. Oh. What the hell? Huh. Okay. I think I was building an extension and I forgot about it. And I haven't seen the error or something. Because somehow this got my HD from... Yeah, no, this doesn't make sense. I don't know. But yeah, so anyways, you know, we're just building Pidgin in a container now for Alpine Linux. Right? And that's it. Right? It'll finish here. It should export the build results. I don't remember exactly what we grabbed for this. The intent isn't to like have packages and stuff like this built. Maybe eventually, but not right now. But the main idea is so that we can catch build failures ahead of time. Okay, running through the unit test. God, this drive's slow. I need to swap it out, I guess. But yeah, just build feedback, right? So if we go to Alpine Edge AMD 64, right? So, oh, we do have all this, right? So lib purple, file, lib purple 3, so star, right? Well, LDD, lib purple 3 dot so, yeah. So, you know, it's linked against lib muscle, which we don't have. You're talking about my convey or something else? Because this is with a C, not a K. There might be something else, I don't know. But yeah, and then we also have the Mason logs and everything in here, right? So, all this crap's here. Even the JUnit file, yeah. Although the JUnit file is not great. That doesn't look very JUnity at all. Unless it's like full output, what the hell? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I just was not seeing any of the XML. Oh, so, I mean, convey is here. It's kind of stuck in development hell right now. Because, again, trying to find time to work on it and stuff is a pain. Do I have install in here? Yeah, so I started this in 2016. Which, that seems late, but okay. Oh, installation. Yeah. The other option is sf.net, projects, Pidgin, files, convey. I would recommend 13.1, not 14.0. The docs are a little different and stuff like that, but I started trying to do too much in 14, and it blew up and I did too much, and then I got stuck because I was doing too much at once. But at some point, I will fix those problems and go from there. But we'll see. I got a lot of really good ideas on how to fix the problems and stuff. There's not enough time. But yeah, again, so like the whole reason convey exists was because of Pidgin. Like I said, the whole problem was the build agent problem and trying to maintain all those distros and shit. Now I just don't care. Just don't care at all, right? So you do the work once to figure out all the build dependencies, and then, you know, it just updates weekly and you're done. It just builds a brand new container from scratch every week. And like, you don't have to worry about like wiping the machines and doing full update. Like a full update is generally create a new Docker file, change the from image, build it, and add it to the CI, right? When we add dependencies, it's a little tedious because you have to go through and figure out what the dependencies are, but it's fine, right? It's so much easier than trying to maintain. Well, here, so let's look. So Pidgin doesn't have all of the builds. So we use Team City for everything because JetBrains gives us free license. Okay, so for Pidgin 3 itself, we're not doing a ton of builds, but we do a fair amount, right? So we got Alpine Edge, Debian Trixie on AMD 64, Debian Trixie on RISC-V 64. I gotta see why that's failing. Fedora 41, Fedora 42, Fedora Rawhide, FreeBSD 14, Mac OS on ARM 64, OpenBSD 7, Raspberry Pi OS, Ubuntu Plucky, and Windows. But you see a bunch of the builds are failed. But so for Convey basically takes care of our Linux stuff, and our native Linux stuff. So Alpine Edge, Debian Trixie AMD 64, Fedora 41, Fedora 42, Fedora Rawhide. Those are all Convey builds, or Ubuntu Plucky as well, right? So any of our build agents that have Convey on it can run those. The other stuff, like the RISC-V 64, we were trying to do that. So you can get away with QEMU user static with containers, but it gets weird and it's kind of slow and stuff like that. And it was like $100 for a Star or Vision 5.2 board for RISC-V 64. So I just bought one because it runs way faster. It's got more RAM, and yeah. Maybe. I mean, do they have decent Docker images for Elma and Rocky? Right. The problem is we need container images. Huh. You don't have to pay for them or something weird? Because, like, Rel gets really fucking weird with that shit. Like, I couldn't read the answer to a thing on a forum because I don't have a subscription. I'm not seeing official images. Oh, maybe. What the hell is granite? Well, whatever. At some point, maybe. Right now, this is just not a big concern to us. Because specifically, like, enterprise distros, they're in Quay. Okay, that makes sense. Like, enterprise distros, they'll probably end up packaging stuff. They'll probably end up packaging Pidgin 3 anyways, but the problem is that becomes a no-win situation for end users. Because what'll happen is something will break. It'll be an end user breaking bug, whatever, and the distro won't update it. They won't pull in a new version, right? Not unless there's a security version. And most of the time for a security version, they're just going to pull in the patch that fixes the security issue and not actually update to the latest version, right? So if users need that bug fix or whatever, they either end up compiling it or they beg us to make a package, and we can't make packages for every distro, right? So what we're trying to do for those users, specifically LTS users and enterprise users, is just gonna use the flat pack, right? The flat pack will be fine. You'll be good to go, and you'll get updates all the time, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, no, putting Elma in here or something's probably fine. Just not something I'm gonna do right now, because we have a week until our next release, and we need to finish wrapping that up. But yeah. But what I can do, or if you want to do it, GS Volt, if you want to add an issue to our issue tracker so that we can get more people using our stuff again. If you want to put an image in there to tell me to do test builds on Alma with a link to that, that'd be cool. And then that way it looks like there's more people here. Yay. It is going to require you to create an account. You can use a GitHub OAuth, a GitLab OAuth, or a Bitbucket OAuth. We just have a separate SSO to keep stuff situated. But like you can get access to our review tool, our discourse, our discourse, stuff like that in one place without having to create a bunch of accounts everywhere. But people still complain all the time. Oh, I got to create another account. I don't know what you want me to do, man. Like, not you, but just the people that complain about it. It's just like, yep. Like, find a way to make this work, and we'll go with it. But we've got to worry about AI bots and spammers and all sorts of other crap. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, like, people complain that I will know their GitHub email address or something. Like, dude, I don't give a shit about your GitHub. I got plenty of stuff to do. I am not selling your data. I am not trying to spam you. I don't care. Like, I just need a way to ban bad actors. That's all it is. And to do access control. That's it. Otherwise, I don't care. All right, we were doing something before we started the Seagull release process. We were looking at GTK label. That's what it was. To see if it will somehow read a link for tags. Yeah, no Grimm's pants hat. Yeah. Also, I don't know if I said hi, Axel, but hello, how are you? So, GTK supports markup for clickable hyperlinks in addition to regular Pango markup. The markup for links is borrowed from HTML using the A tag with the href title and class attributes. GTK renders links similar to the way they appear in web browsers with color and underlined text. The title attribute is displayed with example inline. Yeah. Get current URI. So the the trick here is they do their own parsing for the links. Links share the GTK label selection info struct with selectable labels. There are some new fields for links. So like I said, I don't know that I can I don't know that it'll read a link out of the attributes. Well, let's look for attributes. Set attributes. Right. Okay. So Q resize. I guess I should have went the other way. So we need to do that Seagull release so that we can try to get one of the big features done for the next version of Pidgin 3. And oh shit. And it's gonna take a little bit, but it's okay. We'll get there a second. Label content class in it. I don't know what the hell that's about, but okay. We are looking for the Q resize function. Or sorry, not Q resize. I guess it's snapshots probably what we want. So at some point this is going to do the... No, that doesn't... Alright, hold on. Alright, what? Selection anchors... Okay, sorry. So otherwise, focus link, activate link... Yeah, this doesn't matter. I need to find... There's a thing at the top here. I've been through this code a couple times, and I just don't remember the specifics. Because I didn't write it, and it's not my shit, right? Where's the links? GTK label. Mnemonic widget, label selection, info, event controller, Pango, adder. Pop-up menu, label text, blah, blah. Oh, wait, I'm confused, because GTK label link is there. Oh, because it goes into label selection info. Okay, whatever. I don't care. Okay. It shouldn't be under Burb, but that's fine. I'll fix it. All right, cool. Yep, that's fine. We're just going to flip this over to Pidgin. Whoop. I don't expect people to get Team City figured out. It's fine. It's not a big deal. So. Ooh, that's issue 18,100. Oh, we're on 7 or 8? We're on 8. Okay. The thing is, most of the Linux distros, they're pretty much the same. So you don't get a whole lot for it, but like Ubuntu has, like if you're doing the Unity builds, there's the there's some other stuff there and crap like that. So stuff can get a little weird. Get focus link, clear links, label finalize, query tooltip. So ideally what we want to do is we want to try to use this as best as we can to use the existing widget. I really don't want to have to write our own for this because that would be freaking stupid and suck. So, oh wait, Extras Wayland is going. It's going to keep getting more and more crazy. Yeah. I mean, we don't really care about that because GTK takes care of all that for us. It's got different backends, and you know it'll draw on whatever. The things we have to worry about are So idle time reporting is something that historically has been very popular in chat clients, but nowadays most people don't want to share because it's a privacy leak, right? So there's a lot of back and forth on it is the deal. Okay, that's a start element handler. Yeah, see, they just put these in here directly. All right, we're just gonna ask the GTK team. I don't think I've asked them before. I don't remember. Let's go back to the snapshot. Do, do, do. Um, and all right, hopefully that'll get us there. Yeah, the like it seems like the solution to this is to expose. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Label would have to be completely rewritten to make this work, and that's the problem. Like, I don't want to rewrite fucking label, and label's a final class. So, yep. I mean, like, it doesn't have to be super complicated, but it's got to be complicated. Like the link handling in here is just weird and different, and that's problematic. And right now we just can't make links work because of it, which is shitty. We might be able to do it on top of this with a whole bunch of signals. And a bunch of extra Pango attributes. But, yeah. Alright, so anyways. What we are going to do... Oh, I closed my terminal. Alright. That's not what I need at all. Seagull, clean, build, Mason dist, 0.4.0.tar.256. So. Yes, we have not updated this in a while, as you can tell. What has all changed in Seagull from there? That seems like a long time. So, in 0.2, we fixed a header guard that wasn't renamed, added some helpers for transactions, fixed a copy-paste error in documentation for migration error, add some API for opening and closing databases, update the migrations unit test to the database API. Yep. 0.3, we created the initial statement object. We added get expanded SQL. We added bind for basic data types. We added step and reset, and then column star. And then in 4, we added bind object, aliases for common, bind object, statement column, and statement new from resource. Okay, cool. So, this is where this is going to get crazy. But first, we're going to start here. I'm in the wrong thing. Window, CD build. This should pull in the subproject. Yep, cool. Alright, so now we should be linked against Seagull 0.4.0. We will check in a second once it's done building. LDD, lib purple, 3.0, pipe grab, Seagull. Yep. 0.4.0. Good. Alright. So, conversation manager.c. I don't know why I did 2 space tabs. So, this is where this is going to get fun. And by fun, I mean gross. I think it's serialized conversation manager. Contact. Did I delete the branch? I might have. No. So this is the old branch. This is what from 6 months ago when we decided we were going to build a library to help us, because this was just starting serialization. It was already 631 lines of code, and Seagull as a total, counting its unit tests, is 3152, and the tests are 2,168 of that, right? So 1,000 lines for the entire library versus, you know, 1,000 lines for one object we need to serialize. So yeah, that's why we went and built the library. Sure, it took a little bit longer, but we'll get better reuse out of it, and it'll be a whole lot less crap, because all this stuff isn't necessary at all. So, oh, here we go. All right, so I don't remember how we started the database thing, but that's okay. But Okay. So we want to say, we'll just put this here. Do we still use file name in this? Yeah, okay, we put it right there. File name, Seagull. Is it database or DB? I don't remember. It is an alias. Oh, it's okay. So it's SQLite 3. Okay. So Seagull is built in a way that you don't actually have to you yourself don't have to link to SQLite or include any of its header files. You can, and we do have some escape hatches for you to get to those specific things. So like Seagull SQLite 3 is the SQLite 3 object, database object, but we pass it around as a G pointer, so you don't need the header file. A G pointer is just a void star. So Seagull SQLite 3 star DB. Okay. Set file name. This is a constructor. Do we make this construct only? How do we handle this? Run migrations. We have to deal with the. Oh yeah, we're gonna. Okay, yeah. How did I wait? What do we even do for the migrations here? All right, so we have initialized database. Did I actually put any migrations in here? Oh shit, yeah, I did. Good. Look at that. Good. I'm glad I didn't delete this branch yet. Alright, lib purple, resources, then we put this into conversation manager. New file, save, that was right, 01, what do we call it, 01 initial? No, schema. Well, whatever. Initial's fine. I'm gonna copy. Mercurial will automatically page that. We didn't want it paged, so that was not an unnecessary cat. That was a very necessary cat. Missed one somehow. All right. Count ID, age restrict. All right. Well, I think most of this is right. We're gonna come back and check all this in a while. Okay. No. Live purple G resources. Yeah, we're gonna make this initial. It's fine. Naming something schema. I mean, you change the schema all the time, and you add stuff, you update it, whatever. This is the initial, right? Go from there. It's fine. All right, that got us that part. You know. I'm trying to decide if I want to try to rebase this, and I think the answer is no. Okay, apparently we were doing multiple things here, because that's... That got added at some other point. This is why we're not going to try to rebase. Alright, in the finalize method, gclear pointer ampersand manager dash db, not clear pointer, gclear object. No, this is I'm already forgetting how the hell all of this works. I've just been copy pasting it. We close. We can't really do anything with the error, so we have to close and then how's it going, Hamza? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I think that's roughly how I'm supposed to say your name, but it's been a while. How you doing? So I don't remember. Apologies. Hamza. Okay. You said I can call you Hamza. Oh, a long time ago. Over a year ago. Thank you, Twitch, for having history. Alright. Seagull DB close, and we just ignore the error because there's nothing we can do about it. We're in our finalize. I suppose we can grab the error. We can display it. If error is not equal to null, G warning, fail to close database, error message, G clear error. It's better than nothing. I think you've been here since a year. But that was a year ago. You said how to say your name, or I could call you Hamza. But according to Twitch, you said sup Grim on May 13th. So it's been a bit, but not super long. All right. Okay. I'm not worried about statements yet. We'll get to that stuff in a moment. But this will have to be... Yeah, that's fine. Oh, that code got moved is a problem. Okay, whatever, that's fine. Does that still need to be moved? Yeah. In it, the way we structure all this stuff is... It's init, class init, but then above that are the object methods. Okay. Now, how did we actually go through and create the database here? So all of this was using the SQLite API directly. And this is where we ran into problems and it got crappy. All right, so in set file name, we called initialize database. Set file name. Purple conversation manager initialize database. Manager. That should be it. We shouldn't have to do anything else there. Yep. Save conversation member, save conversation day. The problem too is we got through all of this by hand, and then someone's like, "You should be using prepared statement, or not prepared statements, but you should be using name parameters." I was like, "Fuck, you're right." And then it's like, "Well, we should be saving these statements and just reusing them, and blah blah blah." And I'm like, "Yeah, you're right." And then the code to do that is where all the problem came from. And this is exactly why SQL was created. So like all of this stuff, SQLite bind parameter index, insert statement, column account, blah, blah, blah. All that gets handled by SQL. And we just don't care. So, yeah. All right, so there's initialized database. Give me this guy. This is gonna get, yeah, that stuff's not gonna exist, so we don't need it. Jesus Christ, yeah. Okay. So up in helpers. Boom, boom, boom. I could have trimmed this ahead of time, but whatever, it's fine. Okay. Okay, yep. So if it's not, we don't care about return code here. Here we now say manager db equals Siegel db new from file, I think. Yeah, new from file. File name and then an error. Yeah, okay. I don't know why that one didn't go. I must deleted an extra line here. Nope. Alright, well, I don't know, whatever. Alright, we don't need this. That's gonna go away. Yep, new from, oh shit, was it file or file name? File. Then we pass in the file name and an error. So manager file name ampersand error. Else manager db equals Siegel db new from memory or new in memory. Oh yeah, we should get that gets no parameter. Oh, just an error. Okay, yep. If error is not equal to null, G warning, failed to create database. Error message, G clear error, error, return. We just can't do anything with the database at this point. Yeah, I think that's okay. I don't know why we kept trying to go here. But yeah. Alright, so then run migrations. We'll do the same thing. We don't care about that at all. Right, so we started preparing the statements, making sure they're all good, getting all the parameters, how to delete tags, blah, blah. We're going to grab these all back again in a second. But, yep, figuring out parameter indices, all that, yada, 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 yada. We don't care. That all goes away. Okay. So far, okay. Everything looks all right so far. Nothing major. Good, good, good. Okay. So the intent of this whole thing, for people that don't understand what's going on, whatever, it's fine. Pidgin 2, like most other chat clients, especially IRC clients, doesn't remember the state of the program when it comes to your conversations, right? So like anybody who's used like a command line IRC client or maybe even XChat or HexChat or whatever name it's going by now or the other ones, right? They don't remember the channels you join, right? So what you end up doing is you like when you initially set it up, you spend all this time setting up channels to auto join and setting their position and stuff like that, and all of that is a fucking drag, right? So one of the things we're trying to do in Pidgin 3 is we will remember what conversations you're in, where they are, and they'll just be there, right? So like you won't have that step at all, right? You'll just close the program, reopen it, all your chats will come back, even on IRC. And that's what this whole thing is about right now. There's more to using Seagull and stuff like that, but this is the problem where we ran into it with Seagull, and we need to do this thing. And that's, you know, the pretty much the brunt of it, right? Is we because you could start up in an offline state. We don't want to just have empty tabs that have like nothing in them and like don't have topics or names or anything. We're trying to store as much information as we can that about the conversation, so that when you reopen the conversation, you're not connected yet. It'll show you everything about the conversation that we last knew about it. Except for the member list. We're not too worried about the member list because that ebbs and flows all the time. It's not really a big deal. But so like we want the ID, the title, the topic. We'll get to history at some point. We're not going to have history yet. But like all that other stuff needs to be there. And there's a whole bunch of properties with it too that we haven't even scratched the surface on. But yeah, that's the idea. That's the basis of all of this. And this is where this idea came from, was to make that happen. So like I've been using Pidgin 3 full time for IRC for a year now, which holy crap, that's a long time. But like I wouldn't have been able to do it without the conversations working this way, because it's really annoying. We don't have a way to store it or anything, and this is the way we wanted to store it. We didn't want people to have to go through and manually re-add conversations to like a contact list, stuff like that. If you're in the conversation when you close the program, you'll be in it when you come back, right? So to work around that, a year ago when I started using it full time and I get disconnected and I didn't want to have to rejoin all my channels, I wrote a plugin that's hard coded for my channels for when I connect, just join them, right? But that's always been a stopgap. In fact, it's named Channel Join Hack because it's a hack, right? It was never meant to make it past just me, or it was never meant to live a long time. It's meant, this is the solution we're trying to get to. I just realized all this indentation is going to be fucked up. Oh, no, that's fine. Good, 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 good. Is this stuff good? Oh, yeah, good. Not here for a long time, here to have a good time? That's awesome. How's it going, Noel? Ref check. Hope you're doing well. Okay, yep, so that's how we do our migrations. I don't know why we did this as a separate thing. This seems kind of silly. But okay, whatever. So let's see. Does it build? Purple Seagull. Oh, right. It's not Purple Seagull Light 3 anymore. It's Seagull Migrations. Run from resources. Oh, it does fit. And like, yeah, we'll keep this separate. This gives us an, well, nah, this is stupid. Like, I'm trying to justify this, and this is just stupid. Run the migrations. Yeah, we'll just do a G-Boolean result. What we should probably do, well, I'm thinking of it right away, is have G-Boolean database initialized. And the point of this is, in case something goes wrong during the startup, it'll suck that we'll lose your conversations, but the program should still run. So the database initialized, we're going to use that for the save feature. We're not going to attempt to save if it failed, right? because what are we gonna do? So so at the we can get rid of this now. So at the end of this guy, we're gonna say manager database initialized equals true. And then when we check stuff later, we'll handle it better. All right, so if not a result, well, this should be ampersand error. Result, clear error, return, right? We failed to run the migrations. Here's the deal, but we're going to keep running. We're going to try to do our best to run as best as we can, right? All right, so we should compile. I'm in 2 build directories, whatever, it's fine. Man, it's already 1:45. But yeah, this is why I want to get this started as fast as we can. So in the config directory, config Pidgin 3, we do not have a conversation.db. Cool. All right, so now if we mason devenv, so we should have one, but there's going to be nothing in it, right? There, we have conversations.db. SQLite 3, conversations.db, schema. There's our schema, right? So our migrations ran fine. Everything's hunky-dory. Not a problem. Now, the problem is I don't know if those migrations are actually still valid. So we have to check that. Dang it. What the hell is it? Control-C, sure. We might have added properties since. Or renamed, removed, something. I don't know. But anyways, so there's the first step, right? We've got the database migrations in. Everything's using Seagull. Nothing's using SQLite directly. And we are in much better shape. So, moving on. We got to go through all this, which sucks, but it's all right. So, conversation. Is purple 3 not in here? I don't know why purple 3 is not working here, but okay, whatever. We'll check that later. I don't really care at the moment to troubleshoot that. So conversations have a bajillion properties. And that's one of the problems. So they have the account. We map that to an account ID. Right, account ID. Age restricted, alias, conversation ID. Oh, I guess it's under ID. I don't know why we put it as separate ID, but okay. We don't have avatar yet because we don't have a way to store those yet. We need to figure that whole thing out, so we're skipping that for the moment. So alias, we might just move this to ID. We'll see. Then we've got created on, yep, creator ID, description. We don't care about description being edible or not. If you're not online, we can't let you change it anyway, so it's fine. Drafting, we got drafting in there. Okay, cool. We have air domain. Oh, yep, air. So it's air domain code message, yep. Then favorite federated. Oh, we have global ID now. It's not integer, it's text. I forget exactly how global. What do we say? Libpurple global. Oh, that's the account and then the conversation ID, which we don't really care. We have that. Never mind. And that should be a read-only property, anyways. Yeah, that's just a way to get it quickly for us in a expected way. All right, there's the conversations ID. Logging. Whether or not the conversation is currently logging. I don't know that we need to store that. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably fine. Members, we don't care about. I think we got rid of name. Yeah, so messages, we don't do anything with that right now. No, I wish Pidgin was my full-time job, but it is not. I have crafted my work life around it, though, so I can spend as much time on it as possible. Okay, name is gone. Needs attention. Online, we will not store that. That wouldn't make sense. Tags do get stored separately. Title. Topic. Title for display. It's just going to be whatever title we have. Topic. Topic author. ID. Topic updated. Maybe we should make the topic text. That's fine. Oh, we have topic updated too. Wait, no, we already have that. Yeah. Typing state doesn't matter. Type is fine. User nickname. We do have URL we're missing. Okay. So that should be all the properties for the conversation. And then our primary key is the account ID and the conversation ID. That's the global ID, right? So good. All right. Conversation tags, nothing changed there. So it's the account ID, the conversation ID, and then the tag. Tags might get changed later. We don't know. We haven't decided yet. I wanted to, but we'll see. Why? Okay. So we did do conversation members. Okay. Member tags look okay. Yep. Member badges. Yep. All right. That stuff all looks fine. All right. Ooh. I just realized a problem. It's okay. We're gonna say conversation manager migrations / that. Okay. Because we're at the time when we did all this, we didn't have a way to do statements here. Now we do. So, where are them statements at? They're in here somewhere. See, and like doing this in code sucks, right? So just give me this. This would be conversation. All right. Okay, insert into conversations. Blah. Values. We're gonna save this. This needs to go live purple resources, conversation manager. Oh, I didn't move the thing. Yeah. Statements. This is insert conversation.sql. Okay, account ID. We need to reference this. Close it. Initial. Nope. Count, age restricted, alias, conversation ID, created on, creator ID, description, drafting, air domain, error code, error message, favorite, federated, logging, name is gone. Needs attention. Title, topic, topic author ID, topic updated, type, URL, user nickname. Oh, damn. Alright, we'll do this the hard way for now, but we'll make a helper and Seagull for it. It'd be nice if we had a helper to bind an error. And then it would look for the code, message, and domain names. I knew this was going to happen. It's alright. Like, we're going to start using it. I'm going to think it's something we want to add. Add bind error. Add bind error and column error. Be nice if we could bind a G error to the code, message, domain, code, and message parameter / columns. Feature. Okay. Nope, and whatever, tag stuff's fine. Right, it's going to do the same idea, just it's going to look for properties, stuff like that, right? So, like, gerr as domain code message, right? So if we find things with those prefix or if with an optional prefix, plop them in, otherwise, whatever, right? Like, we're not going to do Seagull 0.5 right now, but I'm really peeved I didn't think of it either earlier. Because, you know, should have been thinking of it, but didn't know. So what you going to do today? Got a weird dilemma, which defines impact at work. One code which runs on billions of devices or code that drives innovation to push technology that makes tech work on those devices. What defines impact at work? I don't know. Like, code running everywhere doesn't necessarily mean shit. It's more, to me personally, it's more about there being positive change from that code, right? And I don't know that innovation to push technology is something I would go for personally, right? I would say the bigger thing is impact to humanity. That would be what I would go for, right? Yep, that's fine. Oh, I need the... Like, I don't care... I don't think open source has a definition like that, exactly. I would, to me, open source is more about people doing things to solve problems and help each other. Right? But I don't think that needs to push technology, and it has nothing to do with running on billions of devices. Right? Alright. Seagull statement star insert conversation. Manager insert conversation equals Seagull statement new from resource. I'm gonna make this migration path. Keep in mind, I'm also somebody who thinks that popularity is stupid, and it doesn't necessarily mean that anything is good. It just means that it is popular, right? So something running on billions of devices doesn't mean shit to me, because, I mean, doesn't mean it's good, right? Look at Windows, right? Windows runs on tons of people's computers, and it's still a steaming pile of shit. But that's okay for some people. They like steaming pile shits, right? I don't kink shame here. It's fine. So yeah, I don't know. Just those aren't metrics I care about. First part to define impact. Yeah, I mean, people's motivations are generally shitty, unfortunately. Right? Most people don't care about their impact. They care about getting paid, and that's fine, right? That's a society we live in. Not everybody is going to be a passionate person that does work outside of work, right? And that's fine. There's no problem with that at all. But you've got to understand that when it comes to people's motivation, they're going to do what they're going to do, and most of them are just doing stuff to get paid so that, you know, they can survive and have fun and enjoy themselves. Not everyone's going to sit here after working for a full day of work and stream on Twitch for 4 hours working on a passion project, right? Maybe their passion project is beating a video game, right? Whatever. It's fine. But that doesn't mean the tech that the whatever they're doing at their day job doesn't matter either, right? Actually, why don't we do this way? I think that works. Let's do this first. I suppose smart people working on open source impact through GitHub or get sponsorship without this shitty fancy Fang type. Yeah, I mean, that's just the way open source has always been. Before Fang was even a thing. Like, Fang doesn't mean shit. But a lot of people think that it does. And that's okay, right? Well, everybody's okay to make mistakes. They're okay to have their opinion. It's fine. Damn. I was hoping that would work, but apparently it won't. Even as a const. Like, it'll work as a macro. But I thought it would work that way. Alright. I guess we'll make it a macro. Like this. X Amazon, X Meta, X Google, X has a new. Yeah, I like. I don't know. If you were so good at Google and Amazon and stuff, why'd you leave? Right? It's just, I don't know. It's so dumb. Or, you know, they get creative with the Zoogler, the Xoogler. And it's just like, whatever, man. Like, it's like, I don't even know, right? You're just... Like, people try to build clout in the weirdest, stupidest ways, and it's just like, just show your work, man. Interestingly, I don't know that I've ever seen people be like X Apple. Like, I'm sure there have been, but none that I've seen. All right, so we've got insert conversation statement. Sweet. So, oh, now I close the stupid thing. That's fine. So, at some point in here, we had the save part. Insert statement. This is... No, this is still database startup stuff. Alright, here's the bind. This is save conversation properties. Okay. This is still in helpers? It's gotta be. Save conversation tag, save conversation members, save conversation. So we'll start with this. The rest of this is just, it calls each one individually to give a little bit more control over the function, so it makes sense. That was most secret company. People freaking work in silos, to be frank. Like company like Intel or AMD or Nvidia pushing. Yeah, I know. I didn't say anything good about them. I didn't say anything good or bad. Just you don't typically hear people saying that they used to work at Apple, right? That's all I'm saying. All right. So here we want to say Siegel Transaction begin. I think that's what it is. Manager DB. Seagull. Transaction. Commit. Begin, commit, and roll back. Yes, good. Okay. Yeah. G boolean result equals false. G error star error equals null. I had success in there some weird way. Oh yeah, okay. I used success instead of result. Okay. Oh, we didn't roll back the transaction. Whoops. All right, that's fine. All right. So here we're gonna say result equals Seagull statement step. No. Yeah, this is fine. If not, purple conversation manager, save conversation properties. No, we will use successor. If not success, Seagull transaction rollback. Oh, it's annoying, but okay, yep. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to do an error here at all. Unless the transaction stuff doesn't take an error. It does. No. It does take an error. Okay, yep. If not, transaction begin. Fail to begin transaction. Save conversation. Warning, fail to commit transaction. Save. Conversation. I have to put a return there, it's at the end of the function. Finally, commit the transaction. Start a transaction so that everything is atomic. I don't know if we need to do this. Find the properties for the conversation. So Yeah, we should reset this regardless. Okay. Siegel statement reset. Manager insert. I'm gonna rename this to insert properties. Okay. Yeah. Insert properties not SQL. We're going to move stuff around a tiny bit. But of course, we have to reflow everything now. Oh, no, that's shit. That's fine. What we want to do is this, it just becomes ID. Oh, we still actually... Okay, hold on. What calls this thing? Save conversation. Save conv. And... I don't know. 6... what the fuck is that? Verbal conversation manager conversation. Oh, conversation changed. Okay, yep. Did I put it before or after this? Before the signal. Data, comma. Did I fix the variable names? No. Okay. So we're going to say Siegel statement bind object manager insert properties, comma, no prefix, comma, the conversation. Comma, error. This is the whole reason bind object exists. Just return boolean. Okay, so success. Oh, yeah. Right. So this isn't going to get everything, but that should get it. This should get us enough where we can test this and see what's going on. Apparently reset takes an error. Jesus, everything takes an error. Yep. Do bind conversation insert properties. Transaction rollback should have one too, right? Yeah. Jesus Christ. What do we even do here? If the transaction failed to roll back, I guess we warn and we try to survive, but we're gonna crash. Like, we're in uncharted territory there. But if we are able to roll back correctly, then we can reset the statement. Oh. If not this... insert... Oof. Oh, right, it's gonna be G-object 156. Oh, I didn't run. Oh! What? More than one SQL statement was provided. Son of a bitch. Right. It's because of this. There's a new line. I need to strip that. That's built in because we don't have a way, we don't parse multiple statements from, like, we might add in feature for it at some point, but we don't have a way to do it right now. Build by conversation to insert properties. Found object property created for. Okay. Fuck. Why didn't I build in G daytime? We might be adding those in here quickly. With the error. Fuck. Yeah, we need G daytime. I just didn't even think of it. Did we get anything out of this though? No. So what we can do right now to test this is we can put a prefix on the stuff we can actually do. Right, so we can do all that, and then here we can say conf underscore. And now this should work. Fuck, I can't believe I forgot you daytime. And actually, for right now, we can do G daytime and G air as a minor update. That seems like too little, though. Or like we're working around stuff. I didn't do conf created on, did I? Yeah, that shouldn't have matched. Why did that match? We gave a prefix. It should have forced that to work. Oh, fucking hell. Um, find and extract date time. Store stuff in a text field as in ISO 8601. Okay. Update, find object and column object for errors and date times. After Siegel 8 and Siegel 9 are done. No, it's 9 and 10, I think. To call them. Need to use them in the objects. Go in the objects. Find object. And column object. White space from Ross. We'll figure out a way to do that later. How to word that. This is a problem though. This shouldn't be trying to hit this property. Like this looks like full-blown bug. Which is annoying because I thought we tested against all of this. So we go through the parameters. Is this the problem? This is the problem. This doesn't fail. Yeah, what the fuck? Wait, no. Yeah, the logic on this is busted. What the fuck? Parameter name is null. We return null. That's supposed to be prefix? No, because then we have if prefix is not equal to null and it has a and the parameter name has a prefix, then prefix length equals that. I'm really confused how this is working or not working. So the parameter name here no, it's because the parameter name is this is bugged. The parameter name matches the property, and the problem is we're not airing out if it's that. Okay, hold on. So let's work around this right now. We'll come back to that in a second, but ignore 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 all right. Because like if the parameter name doesn't have the prefix as a starter, we don't want it then, right? We just want to move on to the next one. Failed to bind conversation to insert properties. Found object property type conf type which has unknown type purple conversation type. Oh, fuck! I didn't even think of enums. That's ugh. Enums need to be special cased in object bind / column. Need to check if a type is an enum and then force it into an int. Right now we just fail because enums and flags. Type is an enum or flags and then force it into it. Right now we just fail because fail if the type is registered as an enum or flags. It's funny, you start trying to use your code and you find all the damn bugs. But this is the thing, right? You try to build a unit test as best as you can. And then, you know, well, sometimes you fuck shit up. I can't run yet, I have to build. That's okay, right? This is what happens. Okay, no errors. Which means fuck. What the hell? Oh, because we... We're going to write a helper for this. Something where we'll give it the statement. We'll bind the statement, all that, and then we'll have it handle this so that we don't have to do this a billion times. But what we forgot to do... Well, no. Well, forgot is the right word. We forgot to say step. Not success. G warning. Fail to step insert statement. Yeah, because we have to roll back the transaction on all this too. All the time with this, yeah. Oh, God. Okay, yep. Right now we're just gonna leave it in a pass state. I don't care. Like, it's fine. Conversation account IDs. Okay, cool. All right. We have some very important lessons here, which is okay. We're not quite where we want to be. We're gonna have to do another Seagull release. That's okay. Sucks. What are you gonna do? Huh. I don't know who we're gonna raid. Let's check the category. Also, I think in July we're gonna go back to software and game development category-wise. We've been in just chatting for 2 months. That hasn't really made a difference of anything. So, might as well go back to where we probably should be. Did I not hit? Oh, I know what I did. Okay. Oh, that's what I did. I don't know any of these people, and that's okay. I'm going through software and game development right now. It sucks. I was hoping this would go better, but it's okay, right? The stuff that's a problem here isn't impossible. It's just annoying. I could go there. All right. Let's go to Adam C. Eunice. It's been a minute since we've been there. It's not what I should do. Let's do this. Yeah. Okay. Good. Already muted. All right. We're gonna go raid Adam C. Eunice. He's working on Indie Tales. Or is that the right name? I think that's the right name. Whatever, he's working on his game stuff. Alright, if you don't want to join the raid, you can hit cancel above chat. Oh, there's nothing else you need to do. YouTube, here's a link. I don't know if he has a YouTube. He might. I don't know if he won't do streams. I don't know. If you know, you'll figure it out. At any rate, you can find, or be sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube and hit the notification bell for your desired level of notification. In the meantime, you can find links to all my social media right over here. And I do post on Mastodon when I'm going to go live, so you can follow me there if that's something you're into. Otherwise, you can join us on the officially unofficial Pidgin Discord right here. And yeah. Alright, well, thank you everybody for coming by tonight. And until next time, adios.